Yellow. Go, 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 go. Hello, hello, hello. What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? We connect. Okay. Still don't have my coffee yet, so I'm a little bit. Okay. What is up? Programmers. What? Digital. Yo, come on. Alright, one sec, one sec. Da, 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 da. And we keep on letting each other. We are turning into stone. It's not today, not today, not today. How I love to put it off. How I love to be taken care of and weep. A journey to bullets to see street. I go Sidron. I don't need to rest. Have to do my best. Call me Dream Time. Does they call me around me? Hello, Jigs. Why? I'm ordering one right now. Right now. No. Keep on learning job and we keep on learning job. Not today, not today, not today. How I love to put it off. How I love to be taken care of and with a journey to bullet-free clean. I go Sidron. I don't need to rest. Have to do my best. Call me Dream Time. God, it's such a good song. Radu, Godfall has an 8.6 Metacritic score for Xbox, and as one of the 7 people who played it, I can confirm it's almost deserved. It's unironically not bad. How do I say this? That's not convincing me to actually try it out. I'm gonna be honest. Listen. You like Origin? I don't like Origin. We're not, we're not the same kind of gamer. I'm gonna be honest. I'm just being honest here. All right. I go Sidron. I don't need to rest. Have to do my best. Call me Dream Time. I don't want me to try it out? Okay, fair, fair. I mean, I don't know. I do feel I'm a believer, I'm a firm believer of a game can be bad but can still be fun for a certain group of people. You know what I mean? Like, a bad game does not equals to a fun game. Like, quality and fun factor is a separate thing. You know what I mean? Like, you can actually still enjoy a bad game. It's more about what do you exactly looking for. You know? Now, I'm not saying that Godfall is immediately bad game. I haven't played it, so I cannot judge it. But, you know, you know, I'm just saying, it doesn't look appealing at all. I feel like even if the game is a good rating, I probably would never played it either. It looks like a budget God of War kind of game. Like one of those hack and slash that's just like, huh? You know what I mean? Like, why would I play this when there's God of War or Darksiders? You know what I mean? So it's more of a that kind of thing. Furry is a streamer that don't try games. If it's not such a big game, I honestly would love to give it a try just for the lulz for you guys. You know, but I don't think it's worth it. I do not think so. It's a good song, Jix. But the combat system is painful. It cannot interrupt attack animation, and bosses can spam without telegraph, so extreme patience required. Jesus Christ. It's definitely the kind of game that I would rage on. And just... It's the kind of game that you would see me say, this game is fucking stupid. Kind of stuff. It's like, this is dumb as fuck. They should do this. This is... Like, it's one of those games. I hate it when they make a boss just like uninterruptible or you, like the only way for you to counterattack him is to wait. Like those kind of boss fight is so fucking boring. It's like one of those gimmicky boss fights in Ugh. Are we back? Audio? Can you guys hear me though? Okay. Okay. Oh my god, what the fuck? Okay. No. If the internet's gonna go down again, I got access from my landlord to the main router. So if so last night apparently the issue was not the internet but rather the router. The router kind of like reset it ish. And you have to manually reset the thingy thing. It's very scuffed. It's very scuffed. But yeah, since I complained last night, he was like, "Do you want the access?" So if it happens like during in the middle of the night, which is like yesterday, like I obviously cannot just like message my landlord at the nighttime, right? He just told me like, this is the router thingy. If you want to reset it, just go here. Just like reset it. I was like, oh shit, okay. But I have to go to the rooftop because it's kind of like in the, because it's an apartment. They kind of like the main router is like at the top. So if this happens again, like the proper drop, I'll be AFK for like a good 5 to 10 minutes because I have to like climb all the way up to the rooftop, reset the router, plug it off, plug it in, bada bing, bada boom, go back down. Yeah, you know the rules. You should message during nighttime. Okay. Not to the landlord. No, thank you. No, it's not really a streamer privilege. More of a like a. I'm one of the few guys in the apartment that actually use the internet like intense. I don't tell him that I'm a streamer, but I just tell him that I use the internet like 24/7. I was like, yeah, I know that if the internet down, like the rest of the residents just like whatever. But for me, it's like a big fucking deal, sir. Like, if it's down, I need it now. I need it to come back right now. I just like explain it to him like that. Shit. Like right now. Meow. And thankfully he understands, because I feel like it's a common thing anyway in Indonesia. Or I'm assuming most Southeast Asia countries like that as well. Gara have the same issue, Yua have the same issue. Southeast Asia, bro. I'm pretty sure your internet still have some issues here and there as well, right, Yua? Like very annoying stuff. Yeah, exactly. So it's not really it's a pretty common thing in Southeast Asia, I feel like. The monopoly is too strong. Those fuckers. It's way for them to promote better or stable connectivity deals. True. They were like, "Oh my god, we're so sorry to hear that. That you have such bad connection with our current program. We would like to offer you this like upgrade deal with a great discount, sir. It's like a 4.99 per month. Fuck you, bitch." Oh, I fucking hate those. It's the worst. I remember when I was still in high school, well, I still live in my parents' place. The internet is way more dog shit than this. Like, to be able, this is around 2014, 20 no, 2010, 2010 stuff. To be able to reach 1 megabyte per second. just one singular megabytes is a blessing. So my usual download speed was like hundreds kilobytes range. And oh my god, dude. I cannot believe that it's so when I was a kid, like reaching 1 megabyte was a blessing. It's I oh my god. I just don't understand, honestly. I don't understand. That's just how it was back then. Yeah, well, at the time cost almost 200 countries currency. Oh my fucking god. The shitty part about it is that they like to bundle things together. So like it's not just pure internet. When you try to subscribe to an internet service, they would not only sell just the internet back then. It always includes fucking cable TV. One of those, oh my god, I fucking hate those shit. Is one of those annoying piece of shit bundle where because all people care about is the fucking cable. It's TV cables. So like they can watch one of those fucking HBO or fucking Cartoon Network. I mean Cartoon Network's fucking awesome. Nickelodeon was fucking awesome as well. Kind of grew up with that as well. But because of that, they kind of leeway their way around the fucking internet. Be like, I mean, it is that's just how it goes, sir. The internet is kind of like the cable underwater, sir. It got bitten by sharks. I mean, shut the. What the fuck are these reasoning? I don't understand this. It's so annoying. Oh my god. Oh man, I don't know. It pisses me off, honestly. But it is what it is. That's just how it is. The hamsters are going on strikes. The hamsters? What do you mean? The hamster wheel server. uh, no, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. Do, 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 do. Oh, wait, where's my coffee? Oh, it's almost here. Probably not gonna draw for too much today. I'm not really in it. I need some more inspiration. Maybe it's time for me to hop on the VR chat again. I'm licking inspiration. Inspiration. Yep. Do like expressions. Hey, what's up? Hey, new. Disaster pain. Hello, hello. How you doing? Sorry. Boom, 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 boom. The fuck? I think I need a new way to start my drawing to make it fresh. This city. As I am release. Oh, coffee's here. Something in the water. Alright, give me a sec. Getting coffee! Oh! Can you feel it? One sec. I was thinking about dropping some ice cubes, but probably shouldn't. What is this song? You don't listen to Obliviscarous? It's my first time hearing them. Ne Oblivicaris? Wait, hold up. Okay, let's hear it. I honestly never heard of them. Okay, very interesting. Ooh. Is the violin like part of the band member? Like a violinist in the band? Sounds interesting. Doesn't sound like anything I've heard before. Or at least I listened to. I would assume. Oh, okay, so it's not like your favorite band or anything like that. You just happen to like some of their song kind of thing. Okay. Nice riff.
Here's the one here. Okay, listen, hear me out.
Zagila. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome. And thank you for the hydrate. Actually, I need that. Hello, how you doing?
Oh, let me lower it a little bit. So it's kind of like a symphonic metal? Nah. What do you call this kind of metal? So far, this one is pretty chill. Oh yeah, they do have a violinist. What? Yo. They have two vocalists and one of them sing while playing violin. That's dope. The clean vocalists play the violin. Ooh. Oh! Extreme sweeping. I think we got a extreme metal. Yeah. Looks interesting. It sounds interesting. Hmm? Oh yeah, it's extreme metal. That speed, that is extreme metal. Jesus. It's like same type of band like Dragon Force kind of stuff. Like they have some kind of a string sounding. Hmm. Hmm. It sounds interesting. Doesn't sound like any metal band that I would listen to. I'm gonna be honest. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. They're going back and forth with the. Huh. That's interesting. No, no, yeah, I'm trying to give them some chances here. I'm not done listening. I just want to listen to the whole thing, at least. Oh, I like that scream. Not, I'm not expecting this kind of guitar riffs with that kind of vocal. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be honest. I was expecting a lot more singing. What's up, good gamer? How you doing? Yeah. Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, okay. Not quite my cup of tea, but okay. Where are we going to hacken? This is my cup of tea. But yeah, so I mean, when we're talking about metal, my favorite kind of metal is progressive metal, which is like it's like a very technical guitar stuff. All right, let's go back to Oblivious Neob. I'm gonna call them Neob. You gotta try out Neon White again? Yes, sir. I am not done with that game. No, I am not. They're very. Hmm. They got a traditional folk style going on here. It's like it's a little bit of folk in between the metal parts. It's kind of interesting. Have you checked out the 20 minutes from dawn yet? I sent it to suggestion box. I forgot. We played like a lot of game demos. I might have to check that out again. Ooh. Okay. I dig this. Not kind of thing that I would listen to, but I don't mind jam to this. Hmm. Hmm. It's very interesting. Yeah, this is not the genre that I would listen to, I'm gonna be honest. But I'm kind of liking it. Yo, what's up, Magma? How you doing?
The only music we like in this here trap lounge is porn music. Coca you dance.
Huh? Wait, what? Hey, Nani? Hmm. Oh, they got a little progressive. Okay. I like that. Yeah, you see, I like that kind of stuff. Ooh. The power chord. Ah, sexy. Ding, ding, ding. Oh! Some of their songs sounds pretty proggy, but I can't remember which ones. Hold up. Volume's still up. I've upgraded my Skyrim Special Edition to Anniversary, but because it's physical copy, still says Special Edition. Bethesda poor shaming me. It kind of reminded me of some mid 2000 metal core, you know, that chord progression stuff. It's like very well, they're not spamming it, but like mid 2000 metal bands like to spam that. It's very catchy, but it's very easy, very simple. Right, when the Rocket League stream happening? Rocket League stream? Oh boy. You actually want to see me play Rocket League? I don't know about that, man. We the viewers and we want the view. Huh? No, I honestly have no one ever asked to play Rocket League in the chat except you. I swear. Does anyone actually still keep up with Rocket League? I mean, I used to play that game, but not anymore. I actually used to play that game religiously. Like hardcore. What the fuck? I mean, I have to reinstall it first. I don't mind, honestly, to play it again, but it's probably gonna be like a one-time thing and then that's it. I don't find it as fun anymore. Wait, Citadel album. Citadel. Oh, this is Citadel. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of extreme metal. The big chungy. Chuggy. Chungy. Chungus. You know extreme metal, right? Like the fast picking. Like the song sounds fast and energetic. I mean, it's cool, but not a Chungus fan. Yeah, this reminds me of Dragon Force and stuff like that. Like not a lot of rhythm going on, but it's more of like a like you know what I mean? I don't know how to explain it. You know what I'm talking about though. Ooh. Oh, I love that. I like you that a lot. Yeah, that I like it, but I don't jam to it, kind of thing. You know what I mean? I respectfully would listen to this, but it's not really right around my alley. Like if my friend would invite me to a concert and this is the band that's performing, I would love to jam. I don't mind this at all. Ooh, a little solo sesh. Oh my god. Woo. All right. Very powerful song. Oh man, that's so fun though. I gotta say, so fun to listen to. Ooh! Oh, there's the prog. Hey! Yes! Okay, I like this. I like that a lot. Oh my god. What? Okay, this is one that's going to my playlist. Hello, Lucas. How you doing? Oh, that was really nice. I like that. I like that ending part. You know, I do respect extreme metal guitarists or like the whole band in general. The energy to play their songs are fucking insane, dude. It's tiring. We're doing just chilling, drawing while listening to some songs, discovering some new stuff. Just face sketches? Yeah, I'm practicing some faces right now. Ooh, like a breakdown. Imagine playing that shit for 16 minutes straight. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, extreme metal is a very exhausting uh genre. That's why people who play extreme metal, oh my lord. They have extra energy. Like a lot more than most other, I guess, in the metal stuff. Oh! Okay. It's just getting better. It's getting better and better. Woo! Oh my god, I like that so much. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, I'm not gonna add this. Jesus. With or without? With or without you? With or without you? Oh, oh. Mm. Oh, we're back to the extreme. Gotta take a nap because it's too fucking hot. Okay, Lucas. Have a good one, man. Hello, zombie. What's up? Chat, short hair or long hair? Okay, long hair is not justifiable. Hold up. Okay, how do I draw the long hair without actually look like... Okay, I should probably draw the rest of the body. Back to Prague. Okay. This song is like a journey. Holy shit. Let's make both? I kind of want to try to design. Oh, you mean like draw both? Whoa, okay, it looks so different. Holy shit. um hmm. Let's get a different vibe to it. Hmm. I like both. Well, that's not really how it works. But it's such a simple different, but it gives a different vibe. Okay, this one's too much. Hold up. Yeah, I do kind of like both. Fuck. only way to find out is to draw each hairstyle in different scenarios. Make two-headed waifu. Alright. I'm pretty sure there's a market out there for that, but I'm not into that one. Alright. I'm good. Kerberus waifu. 4-in-1 body. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go back to my playlist, Jix. This is good, but yeah, this my jam. Feed my soul. Every Let me try to make a side one. Oh my fucking god. Can stop me. Feed my soul. Everyone. Okay, there it is. They can stop me. In my soul, every they're starved and joke what's killing me down. Give me heresy. We were never told the truth. Oh! Before they kiss your throat, give me eyes to see. Never growing old. Good news. They hope you choke. Take heart till full sky. Oh my god, I want to fucking sing it so bad. Yes, I do. What's up, Gara? How you doing? Don't stop me. So everywhere. Na, 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 me down. The truth.
Take me out and see.
Doing good. Had some good Valo and League games. Oh shit, good stuff, man. Oh, the guitar.
Woo! Sam Fallon, I love you! Wow, wow.
Oh. Honestly, I've been listening to a lot of progressive metal. I think my next guitar's got to be a 7-string. I just have to. I just have. There's so many 7-string songs out there that I cannot play because I only have 6 strings. I need to get a 7-string. Oh man.
You will see I can take with me when nothing of it gone. Born out the choices I made. I am love, tell me hopes was. Soon you'll see I can take with me where's nothing of it gone. Born by the choices I made.
Oh shit. Yeah. I really have to. It just, yeah. I thought about it. Imagine if I have a 7-string, I can learn Mick Gordon songs. Sure, he play like 8 strings, but I can make do with 7. 6, it's impossible for me to play his songs. 7, doable. Oh, I can do some Doom songs. Bow, bow, bow.
Here we keep on learning jobs. He's running into stars. Not today, not today, not today. How I love to put it off. How I love to be taken care of. And we a journey to believe the sea street. I could say drawn. I don't need to rest. Trip time.
Pinky rain. I like a lot of prog riffs and stuff, but they just make me want to fix my high BPM. Wait, what do you mean? Fix your high BPM? Huh?
Weeps a journey to parentheses sleep. I guess I drown. I don't need to rest.
My mic. Oh. Thank you. I want them to play faster? Interesting. I don't know. I never really thought about it that way. I just feel like I don't know. I like the variety of melody and, you know, the rhythm play in progressive. It's just like it's not just like you know, like this song. Like it's constantly changing. Maybe that's why I like math rock. It's like the constantly changing rhythm throughout the song. I was like, or it's a weird rhythm. Maybe, I don't know. Mr. Trap. The only thing I know for real. Wait, is that the original or not? Oh, it's a cover? Is it not on Spotify? Hold up. Jesus Christ. Oh, free copy. No, not copyrighted. Ooh, nice.
There will be blood.
Ding, ding, ding. Oh, we already listened to this. I remember this.
There will be blood.
I've sent the making of video in Discord a while back. Yeah. The making of this video? Ah, we're good. I mean, this is not really like my kind of songs that I would listen to, but it's a fun song. You know? But it's not really my type, my liking. I don't know. I don't even know what's the genre for this kind of metal. Isn't this Jetstream? Yeah. Sam... what's his name again? Slipstream Sam or Jetstream Sam? Whatever the fuck, yeah. Jetstream, I guess.
There will be blood.
Yeah, this one's too electronica as well. But it is catchy as fuck. It's catchy as fuck. By all means. There will be blood shed. Yeah, we already heard that further. Boom, boom, boom. Wrong layer. Fuck. Cock stream. Ding ding ding. Oh. Jiggy 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 jiggy. What the fuck is this song? Why does it sound so... What? It's like a dream. Dreamy.
Daily fuck you.
Fuck you! What's up, No? How you doing? No deaths. Fuck you. Dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, but you gotta go back to grind R6. Okay. R6, huh? Kinda wanna go back to that game. Why is that game so fucking gigantic, man? If it's not 80 gigabyte, I would probably already download it right now. So annoying. It's 40? Huh? No way. What? Huh? No, I swear it's like 60 to 70 gigs. That's the only reason why I uninstalled it. Yeah, it's 60 gigs. The fuck? It's not 40. I will carry you. No, I will carry you. I think the download is 40 gigs, but because it's compressed. The once it's installed, it's 70 gigs, 70 to 80 gigs. Yeah. I don't know. I don't even like my free space right now is 17 gigabytes. I have to delete some stuff. I cannot believe my 4 terabytes hard drive is full already. Jesus Christ. It's all because of the fucking stream bots. Nah, I just need to like start deleting some VODs, like old stuff. There's just so many good VOD that I just don't want to delete. Some good memories. I wish I can just upload them, but I'm not gonna upload like 50 gigabyte of VOD. R6, yeah. I'm down to get back to that game. I used to hardcore that one, but nah. Yeah. Okay, bye. Fuck you. Fuck you too. I played a few rounds, but none of my friends were interested in it. I also don't really have like friends who specifically play R6. Like here and there, yeah, but I don't have. I used to have like 2 guy who I sometime matchmake with, but I don't even talk to them anymore. Me, hi, hello, yo, hey, yo. I know. I didn't even know you play R6 until right now. Play R6 from time to time. I see. I taught you that once before. Yeah, once. Like a lot of people play Rainbow Six once, but not. I don't know anyone who play Rainbow Six literally every time. I have to install it again though. Yeah, I don't know about installing it again. I think I'm good. Maybe someday. Yes, fish memory. You need to remind. Dude, I'm not your fucking mom. Like, oh yeah, this, you have this, you like this. I'm not gonna remember all your fucking shit, chat. Alright? Although I remember to always say, fuck you, no, fuck you! Although, is there a new operator or a new map coming to Rainbow Six? If that's a thing, I could come back to the game while checking that out. The mechanics 1000% different. The new operator now has Valorant wall smoke. Huh? You can see through wall, through with glass or warden. Okay, I'm in game by. Fuck you. Okay. Last time I played Rainbow Six was when the new operator was the AK lady. The girl with the AK that can shoot the gadget. Her gadget was to shoot an impact grenade. Not impact grenade. A shockwave. She shoot like a shockwave that stumble other player, that makes them drop to the floor for a few seconds. I forget her name. That was the last time I played the game. And even that, on that season, I was already jumping into PUBG. I think I was already into PUBG. If not PUBG, Valorant. I don't know. Hello Sudo, how you doing? I played like 3 months after release and haven't touched it since. Okay, that's gonna be a whole new game to you. The game changed a lot. Dramatically. In terms of like, I don't know, almost everything changed. I did play the game on beta. I played the season 1 a little bit, and then I stopped playing, and then I start religiously, like, I stopped playing CS:GO for this game for like almost 1 year. 1 year and a half, I think. So I played through like 3 seasons, from season when they first announced the Canadian operators, Buck and the girl with the fucking matrix trap thingy. That was the time that I started playing the game. I think that was like the first or second new agent or new operators. And then I played through until Zofia, I guess. Being super meta and competitive, hope you all have a same region. Yeah, true. I probably wouldn't be able to play with us anyway, true. I mean, we could play, but it's not gonna be fun. It's gonna be a little frustrating. But I'm down to just like, mess around. I'm not gonna care about ranks in Rainbow. Not anymore, at least. I used to try hard. Like, my peak rank was Platinum 2. I used to really try hard in that game. I even stopped CSGO to master that game. People around 100 150 okay to play as long as they're rushers. Hyping rushers have opportunity for 1 second. True. My friend play on ping 301 is complaining. The other one learned how to abuse it. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't know about that. If we're gonna like play cross region, probably just casual. I only keep the ranked for like, playing, actually trying to win kind of stuff. I'd ever play rank and siege. I don't think I even get rank. Yeah, ranked is fun in siege. I think my only complaint with Rainbow Six is that it's just so slow. it's probably compared to the rest of the shooter rank, competitive shooter game, it is the slowest one in terms of like the pacing of the game. Like each round is accompanied with uh uh bomb selection, bomb place selection, or hostage. Oh well, no one will play hostage. You know, the fusel selection, and then setting up the fucking wall and shit. Like it's such a slow pace game, and a lot more complicated back then as well because when I played the fucking everyone's still learning which parts to use compensator, flash hider, fucking I still remember my main was Jaeger, but when he still have ACOG and then they fucking nerf him to shit. I get I get to platinum with ACOG Jaeger, and then they fucking nerfed him. They get rid of ACOG, and then I main Twitch, and then they fucking nerf her as well. Her fucking FAMAS got nerfed like crazy. And then after that, I just like, okay, dude, they just gonna fucking nerf everything I like, and I was like, yeah, I'm out. I'm out. But it's a fair nerf, to be fair. Jaeger with ACOG is like super fucking broken. And Twitch, fucking FAMAS, the F2 was faster fire rate rifle in the game back then. So the every time I face to face a fair fight, I always win, or like majority of the 1-to-1 fight is always win because the fire rate of the F2 is so fucking good. So I can kill everyone so fast. Like, hello Nim, how you doing? You find me here. The crazy people in that game can play so fast though. Oh, dude, oh my god. Rainbow Six mechanic is so fun to learn. I still remember when playing Rainbow Six for the first time. It's like learning how to AD in CS:GO for the first time, or how to AD. The equivalent of AD in Rainbow Six is the quick peek mechanic. So in Rainbow Six you can Q and E to lean over and shit like that. So you can like abuse the peek. Back then it got nerfed, so you cannot do it anymore. Hold up, let me find a clip. I abused that so much. I got my I got myself to the high rank with that mechanic as well. Rainbow Six peak nerf. What was? I think it was called Bolo peak because it was popularized by the pro player named Bolo. Oh my god, 4 years ago. This is a clip from 4 years ago from Bolo. I miss watching Bolo. He's such a god tier player.
Lying down. Capcan dining lying down. Left of the table. One's in trophy and
Look at this, look at this, look at this. Watch. Wait.
I'm in trophy, I'm in trophy. Punch him.
Ooh, okay, it's not it though.
Yes.
Where's the quick pick? Where's the quick pick?
That was a Twitch. Shit. That was a buck. There's a fucking horse chasing after me. Horse is dead.
Oh, we're playing as Ren.
Oh, I remember. What's his name again? Blitz. Pre-nerf Blitz is so dumb. You melee him and just like wiggle around with the shield. It's so dumb.
I thought you were on the other side of the map.
Yeah, that was fucking stupid.
That's unfortunate.
You made me jump so bad.
Ah, there it is. The bolo peak.
You made me jump so bad.
He doesn't do it like a highlight thing, though.
Shit out of me.
Or wow.
Oh! Hold up, is there like a good clip for it? There's the esport one. I guess this one. Yeah, there it is. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah. I think this video have like a good clip of it. Hold up.
Even when they can't.
4 years later, 19.
Crazy.
Oh, the bomb is being planted out of nowhere. TSM making an aggressive rush in a rush plant. This might work out for TSM.
Sexy King able to take down 2 there, but a trade out from Bolo. Now we stand at a 3v3 in the post plant scenario. Another one rotating down, but Pauly will get one. Bolo with 3 on the round now, looking for more. It's down to the 2v2. Sexy Cake and PSK collapsing from the blue bar in the kitchen area, trying to bring in some yokai drones. Drones on the attacking side being sent out as well. Bolo not spotting the yokai, coming closer and closer as the Jaws music amplifies. But now in the hallway, that's 4 for Bolo.
God.
Will he get the ace? Turning the corner.
Give it to him. Let's go!
Give him the ace. Put it in the montage. TS.
That's the fuser.
Oh! 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 Oh man. What the fuck is going on? Boop, boop. Oh. He's my favorite player in the game. I watched too many of his streams that I adopted his playstyle as well. Oh! Oh, delicious.
For a game that was slow, methodical.
That's a clip, baby.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I was young at the time, so I didn't have a huge attention span to, you know, do the whole teamwork stuff. I kind of just ran in. I was used to playing Call of Duty. Ran in, just kind of flick all over the place, see if I can get a,
Yeah.
a 1-for-1, maybe a 2-for-1, and then I was dead and I was happy.
But of all the things that encompassed Bolo's exhilarating artistry, none were as fabled and frustrating as the so-called Bolo lane.
Oh my god. I cannot.
The whole Bolo lane kind of happened pretty organically. If you even look through like my early montages, very slow, really just like rough, like my crossers placement's not good, the leaning's not good. And then once you get deeper and deeper, you start to see it kind of come together, like the really fast, doing like 50 leans in like 2 seconds, something like that. But I didn't just sit there and like practice it. I just kind of, you know, I mean, I was, you know, 15, 16. I just wanted to peak as fast as possible.
I broke this shit.
Oh my god.
And it was that quick, corner-popping pornography that really started to catch the attention of the community.
Exactly.
From seasoned professionals...
From
to filthy
the enemy perspective, it's such a scary...
What killed me? Blackbeard.
Yeah.
Oh, he was in that side hatch.
Like, you barely see what kills you.
I got a headshot. One friendly. It's like, I know where he has to be.
He's fucking hacking, dude.
The Bolo peak had cemented itself as the badass yet blood-boiling bane of siegers everywhere. Sure, it was skillful and required insane amounts of practice to perfect, but due to things like netcode, server refresh rate, and ping, it was basically uncounterable.
Definitely thinking like the, I guess, prime time.
They got they removed
era, along with the servers, you would get ghosted a lot. Like you would see somebody quick peek you, and then they're already gone, and then you're dead. I could see how frustrating it would be being on the opposing end.
And it wasn't long before Bolo started to catch the attention of Ubisoft.
You don't even have to explain to me exactly the way Bolo play, and we know that's a thing. We're very well aware. I'm not personally good enough to face this player 24/7. Like I'm plat, and it's not enough, to be honest, to face the most extreme cases on a daily basis. I do see some of them, and like even people from lower rank try to do it. It's just not as good.
Yeah.
And it is definitely something we have on our radar.
Bolo hadn't just elevated Siege's skill ceiling, he'd pushed the game to its very limits. And whether inadvertently or not, he was punished for it in the spring of 2018, when Ubisoft sneakily hotfixed lean spamming.
Yeah.
Come on, why are you gonna do that to me?
What they do is basically make the lean have some kind of a soft delay. So instead of like when you spam QE, you cannot like pop, 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 pop. It's not anymore. You can like pop, 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 pop. There's like a maximum speed of leaning.
Dude, they just like chopped my legs off.
Basically.
I feel like I was being targeted. It was kind of like this monster child I created. And it was just kind of, you know, spawning in the thousands of thousands. It was just taking over the game, like the Plat 2 range with like all the ashes and everything. So I think it was kind of more of like a collective effort from the dev team just to, you know, kind of clean up the game a little bit. Again, just kind of make the way Siege is meant to be played in their eyes.
Now, unfortunately for Ubisoft, their attempt at squashing this mechanic didn't quite go to plan. What's more, Bolo was simply too nutty to nerf.
Yeah. Just not the mechanic is Bolo.
That's a Habana and a
Boom
bug.
shakalaka!
You will be detected if you remain in
What the fuck?
Aha, I am Duck. There's a glass out there still. That is a glass. He's behind that Tito.
They infiltrated their spawn and
For Bolo!
Like I kind of noticed that like mechanically, like a bunch of pro league players at the time just, you know, weren't there. Obviously they are now, but like I definitely was kind of, you know, maximizing my mechanical ability rather than, you know, trying to play the game how it was meant to be played.
Within no time, Bolo's breakneck, balls-to-the-wall playstyle had become the go-to rhythm of basically every kid to come within a country mile of a ranked server. From your everyday matchmaking scrub.
No, I want to become Bolo.
To some truly godly successors.
Apparently not. Zoom.
Siege's player base was showing little interest in emulating actual world champions, since those dudes played actual Siege. Instead, they saw this teenager tearing up sites in seconds flat and thought, that's what I want to do.
I want to go to there.
I do too. What is this FOV, Jesus Christ?
Here's the thing though, that style of Siege isn't really sustainable outside of matchmaking. Even for an aim god like Bolo.
I think like for all like the clones, like even like the content creator clones, I guess you would like, you know, replicate the play style that you were talking about. I think it's possible for, you know, a lot of them to go pro. It's just like it's really hard. It's unbelievable how much you have to discipline yourself from going from ranked to comp.
And it's all up to Bolo in a 1v2. Rampy very low, and Bolo appears to be a little bit lost with 30 seconds left. Volt's at full HP, three stim pistols, and Bolo's been felled by a Goomba that he tries to withstand.
Yeah.
Oh, find another.
When I first joined the team, I was definitely, you know, that kind of ranked play style. I overpeaked a lot of things. I kind of just jumped the gun on a lot of stuff.
And I'm just baffled that Space Station didn't say, hey, check it, if nothing else.
Oh, ho, ho. Volt's picking up his second kill of this game as down goes Bolo.
The reality is that even the inimitable Buelo had to curb his hyperactive playstyle in order to succeed at the highest level of play. And fortunately for him, that's exactly what he did.
So they do have the ability to clutch us out. Oh, and that guy's down. Bolo finds 2, and he's gonna be a 1v2 now.
In addition to being one of Siege's most highly rated pros, he's already won a LAN, a major, and come within breathing distance of taking home the big one. There's no denying that he's found success on the world stage, but if he hadn't learned to adjust, he might not have.
Even though like top 3, I'm not happy with that top 3. I want to, I want to be the top 1, the one. But I do feel pretty proud of myself on how far I've come, because I could have not changed, and we could have gotten relegated, and I would have been back to streaming and YouTube full time, and that would have been the end of TSM Bolo.
Because in spite of what all these
TSM
snotty
Bolo
Ash spammers with their Bolo charms, amethyst skins, and purple attachments would have you believe, Bolo leans aren't the be-all and end-all of Rainbow Six.
True.
Even if they do make you feel like that.
I've got a half hour from now until the matchup starts, so you can go and...
Yeah. Classic.
Get the LPMs though? Yeah, get that in.
Look, no one would deny that Bolo
That's a
flicks
classic
are
clip.
swanky as hell. And God knows, they're capable of stopping even the gnarliest of gunners dead in their tracks. But you know what's even better at doing that? Reinforcing a fucking wall.
One book's one of my peeking book.
I missed a spy.
No.
Peeking book's very aggressive.
I missed a spy.
This guy can't Habane. Why is he just not Habaneing the wall?
What? Yeah, you're good now. I tried my best.
No, you stick to shoot.
And sure, is it true that the game has become a little too utility-oriented as of late? Undeniably.
Yeah.
But Siege isn't CSGO. Gunning isn't everything, and you shouldn't be able to weasel your way out of
That's
having
what
a brain
separate them from
simply because
CS.
the game isn't capable of keeping up with how fast you're spamming yourself in and out of cover. At some point, that kind of thing needs to be stifled, and while they have taken steps towards doing that, the issue remains a contentious one, even at Ubisoft.
Because it's more something like we see, something that we discuss,
Okay,
something
can
we
understand.
argue about, and that we might not all agree with. And so I can't really give you a definitive answer. Some people think it's like a very high skill ceiling that you need to master and it's cool. Other things like the enjoyment depth of the game. I understand both points of view. And we will find out exactly where we stand. It's too long term and it's too much about an ongoing conversation more than a definitive direction that we have.
Look, in spite of all the things that separate Siege from a traditional shooter, it remains just that, a shooter. The importance of gunplay can't be overstated in
Forrest!
any FPS.
Isn't Forrest retired?
Siege is that for a long
Damn.
time, that importance went understated. And in many ways, it wasn't until Bolo came along and started terrorizing people that it became apparent just how far gunning alone could get you.
I definitely think that, your mechanical skill and your, I guess, gun skill overall is crucial, because even though right now the utility meta that we're in is just heavily soaked in just, get rid of this, get rid of that, last 20 seconds is when you finally see action. Those 20 seconds, you're gonna want to hit your shots.
There's a reason we all fell in love with Bolo to begin with, and frustrating as the style he's trademarked has become, doing away with it entirely wouldn't just suck, it would destroy the very soul of Siege.
You try clearing f***ing Bolo's shield when he's got 3 ADSs and 5 Wamai magnets, and you try throwing those flashbangs while he's like this, and he doesn't f***ing miss, bro. He does not
He does not miss.
Because ultimately, that's what makes Siege such an engaging esport. The chaos and the uncertainty. Is it a MOBA? Sure.
Yeah.
A shooter? Most definitely. Hell,
It's a shooter
even a
MOBA.
fighting game from time to time.
Oh!
Truly, there is no one way to play Rainbow Six. You can be whoever you want and clap people however you please. And Bolo was a testament to that. So, look, if you want to wear out your Q&E buttons, go for it. Really. Just know that you won't be bad if you don't. Play the game your way, because you want to. That's what keeps it evolving. That's what keeps it fun.
I guess my message to all the like the Bolo lean, you know, copycats and all the quick peek in Ash Zoe players. I mean, just do whatever you want. I don't really care. Just have fun with the game. It is a game.
Have
At the end
fun.
of the day, it sucks that I have to play my 15-year-old self now whenever I stream, but it's just, I guess that's just how it goes. The monster child is in full force.
Connector tag, one behind bomb, and then one back.
Nothing dead.
Oh my god. Delicioso.
Cult of lean spamming clones. How is his
Lean. Lean. Oh my god. It's almost 3 hours in. It's time for gaming? Maybe? I'll take my aim. I don't have any snacks. I kind of want to nom on something. Biscuit. Biscuit. Fuck, that video makes me want to play Rainbow Six. Ugh! It's so fucking big. That's what she said. Okay, I'm sorry. So fucking huge, man. You'll find me here when I'm gone, when I make my surrender. Oh, let me fix this real quick, and then we'll play some. Aim, find me here when I'm gone, when I make my surrender. I feel like this part is wrong. You'll find me here when I'm gone. Got a bunch of neon white. Can't wait to see how you do in game. Yeah, it's a fun game, isn't it? Speedrun. Up. Let me just. Something off with this. I don't know what though. Classic anime would look like this. This looks so weird. Alright, let's just save it that for now. Okay. Let me get some snackies. Now we gooch. Maybe after the stream, later I'll try to clean up my drive, and you know, we could reinstall Rainbow Six. I kind of miss it. It's been a while. My nostalgia is coming back. It wants more. It wants more. Bum, bum, bugga, bum, bugga, bum, bum. Where is it? Okay. What? Oh. Yeah, that's why. Never falter. Yeah, boy. Bada bing, bada boom. Bing bang, bop. Alright. Okay, let's play some games. The hair, I'm not really liking it so far, but it is what it is for now. It's better than nothing, honestly. I'll take it. I'll take it. I probably need to revise again. Hold up. It's probably gonna make it like this. Doesn't quite make sense. Creating character is hard. Damn. How the fuck did I make Reyes so cute? Okay. I will not Oops, sorry. Oh my god. Oh, I gotta go to the toilet real quick before we swap to gaming. Is there anything new in terms of like gaming and stuff? I don't think so, right? Assassin's Creed franchise. Omega lol. Omega lol. Omega lol. I'm kidding. Final Fantasy Remake is now on Steam. Ooh, really? Wait, what? How much? Oh my god! Oh my god! Jesus Christ! Oh god! I forgot Square Enix doesn't fucking convert regional price. It's basically $80. Holy fuck, bruh. I can get the game in Epic Game for like $40. This is holy fuck, man. Jesus. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with Square Enix and their no regional pricing bullshit. CSGO got some bug fixes nobody asked for. Should play that. Next time. Final Fantasy I wouldn't recommend since PC port is still shit. Really? It's like 60 for me. Yeah, Square Enix is on Steam. They don't do regional pricing for Southeast Asia and some other countries, so most Square Enix games are just straight up expensive for me. So yeah. Like for example, you know,
Peggy 6.
What's a known? Okay, like Battlefield 2042 is $60 here because of regional pricing. So like it's $60 in Indonesian rupiah, basically. If they don't do regional pricing, $60 is like, it feels like $80 for Indonesian rupiah once you convert it after the currency conversion. That's why regional pricing on Steam really helps a lot for me to actually buy a lot of game. Like $60 game actually feels like I spend $60 in Indonesian rupiah. That's what I meant. We got 2 hentai games immediately. Nice. Oh, Redout is already out. The Looker? What is this? The in-game settings are bare bones. Could suck. Square ports usually aren't the best, true. Near Automata, for example. I don't think your GP can handle it on that game. I had to struggle to mod so it can run smoothly, I'd see. Wait, what the fuck is like... From the mind behind the witness? Oh, that... He doesn't even... Oh, it's a parody of the witness. Wait. What the fuck is this? Okay, dude, really? This is actually funny. The Look. Okay, so that's why it's called The Looker. Wait, I want to play this. We just download it. We're not gonna play it right now. The Looker. Good one. Why do Asian currency always go to like 100k for like $10? Yeah, because most of them are fucking shit. That's just how it is. Basically, $1 is 10,000 rupiah. So it's like 4 zeros in. Yeah, you know, yeah. But everything is so cheap as well here. It's like, you know, I can have a full meal for $2, for example. Like, that's something that is unfathomable for a lot of people in the West. So yeah, you know, second world country, man. That's usually how it goes. Except Japan. Japan is a little bit weird. Japan and Korea, they just fucking rich as fuck, and their currency just doesn't make sense. Alright, let's do some neon white. Hopefully no fucking internet drops. I should probably not say that. I just fucking jinxed it, didn't I? Dude, $2 might get me a cheeseburger at McDonald's. $2? Yeah, for McDonald's, I feel like they have the regional pricing, but like $2, you can get shit like this. This is $2. Rice, fucking whatever the fuck that is. Veggies, eggs, potato, and eggplant. This is like $2 in Indonesia.
We're called neons.
Oh my fucking
sinners
ear.
plucked from hell.
So yeah. That's called nasi padang or padang rice. It's a traditional meal, one of my favorite. So, oh my god, I just ate that like this morning. It was really nice. All right, give me a sec. By the way, toilet. 1 sec. Nasi Padang. Yes, sir. Padang is a region.
Too easy.
Oh.
Behind you.
Huh?
I forgot we left off in the tutorial. Oh, Jesus Christ. Volume.
Whoa.
Oh.
Demon 0, Red 100. Long time no see, White.
Oh my god.
I recognize her from before. Though this girl is...
You're staring.
Quick, say something cool, White. That is... a massive rifle.
That is a massive rifle.
Want a taste?
That's okay. Seriously, please don't point that thing at me.
Relax. I just like to see you sweat.
In that case, you should watch me wipe the floor with demons sometime.
I'll pass. I've seen a lifetime of that kind of thing. You know, this is actually the first time I've seen you here. In the competition, I mean. Makes me wonder, do you think this will end for us the way it did in life?
See, I'd love to answer that, but I woke up with no memories of life. Not that I don't recognize you, it's just the details are fuzzy. So far, though, I feel the strongest connection to you. Damn it, White. Why would you say something so lame to a girl?
How bizarre. I've never heard of a neon with such an affliction. You're not messing with me, are you?
I have no reason to lie to you.
Is that so?
Is that so? They're probably a lover in the
I can't believe
IRL.
God himself decided to bless me with the thing I love most. A completely clueless
Oh shit,
girl.
we can see her face.
This isn't fun for me, you know.
Well, it is for me. We could have been lovers in life, and you'd be none the wiser.
Were we? Lovers?
I could know every last one of your measurements.
Ooh. Be serious here. We've got a long boat ride ahead. Maybe you could fill me in on the details of my character? Or even your relationship to me?
I don't know, White. Honestly, it's probably easier this way. For both of us.
What? Hey! Wait! Where are you?
Complicated relationship.
All aboard the ship to Central Heaven. Stragglers will be returned to oblivion.
Yes! Don't think I made it this far last time.
This really is my first rodeo. I'm not half bad. Is that what Red meant? That it's easier for me to focus on demon slaying without...
Hold up. Bing. Bang.
Memories of a past trend were really true, then why is it that the fire that propels me to win feels a whole lot like guilt? Heaven straight up confirmed I'm messed up. That's why I'm a neon, isn't it? Yellow, violet, and red, they're the same. Sinners who know me more than I know myself. Looks like demons aren't the only things I gotta watch out for.
Whoa!
Not bad for a dead guy, huh?
Mission complete. Oh, we just finished the tutorial. This is the demo part of the game that we played.
Heaven is exactly what I expected. I don't know why I'm so disappointed.
Oh, what? Wanna walk to the believer's sermon together?
Yo, bro, you made it! Kick a lot of demon ass.
Like it was nothing.
I'm telling you, bro, with our, like, combined powers, those demons are donezo.
Donezo!
Wait! We're gonna be late!
Oh, snap. Violet, is that you? This is crazy. It's like the gang's all here. Kinda.
I'm sorry. Do I know you?
Are we all mutuals here?
Yeah, man. Violet was our crew's littlest badass. She's also mad freaky. Like this one time I read her diary, and she had written this crazy fanfic about her and the bot.
Shut the hell!
Oh god.
Ow, 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 Violet! Cut it out!
Let's see how much you like talking without a tongue, bastard!
Uncle!
They may be freaks, but they're my freaks, supposedly.
Ding dong!
Welcome to Central Heaven. It is an honor for your kind to bask in its beauty. But remember, this is no vacation. You are here as demon exterminators, and demon exterminators alone. Their population always spirals out of control this time of year. It's onerous work, but the possibility of redemption is well worth the effort, is it not?
Is it not?
And on that note, we'd like to introduce last year's winner of the 10 Days of Judgment. Defending his crown is the vicious, hulking Neon Green.
Oh, Jesus.
What's with this guy? His presence is so intense. Why does it feel like he's staring directly at me? Why do I feel so angry?
Green's demon-slaying prowess has been unrivaled for years, but surely there exists a neon among you all who can compete?
He doesn't seem so tough.
Oh?
What the fuck is going on? Whoa, okay.
Who are you?
With that, church is dismissed. Make your way to Central Heaven Authority and get your orders from the angels there.
Episode 2, Killer Inside. 10 days until judgment? Oh, okay. Ah, right. This part of the game. Okay. Look around White's room.
Well, the sign says this is my room. Ooh. This is my room? Well, I can't complain too much. I do like those little cherub guys. Huh? What's this?
My general simple notebook, the pages are all blank.
Now? Hope no one found it after I died.
Okay. Alright, the gifts. Oh shit, bro. Oh shit. Oh, I could gather gifts for these guys. Ooh, okay, okay. I wonder what is that supposed to do in terms of like the storyline.
I hate how perfect this beach looks. I feel like I should toss something in there. Next time.
Okay, so this is like a semi-speedrun, semi-visual novel. Not sure if I'm gonna go through the fucking speedrun part of the game. Let's revisit some of these. Okay. Honestly, let's just collect reds. Red gives. I just wanna go through her storyline, see what's up. I guess it's easy enough to just like do the whole thing just for the gifts. So why not? All side mission dialogue and memories from when you were alive. Okay. Oh, there it is. Aim for the heaven. Okay. Next level. Next level. Okay, this one's for the purple. I see that. Alright, I need more. I need like 3. Oops. There we go. Next. This one, I do not remember where this one is. Oh, never mind. Oh, we need 3. Wait, how are we gonna... How do we go up there? I need... Oh! Hello. I didn't see you there. Okay, next one. I don't like the side novel story. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I guess 1, 2, 3. There we go. Feature presence also gets way harder. They're like separate puzzle. Oh shit, okay. I'm probably not gonna try too hard on it. I'm just gonna give it a go. But in the end, I want to play this game as a speedrun game. Where is it? Huh? Wait, I don't see the gifts. Is there a gift in it? Yeah. Okay, found it. Hold up. There's an audio for it. Okay, there. Oh, there it is. No! It's quick. Are you kidding? Alright. Actually, no, I think I need 2. Yeah. Yeah, I need 2. Oh my god. I hate the purple and it's so hard to calculate. Precisely. There we go. Okay, this one we got it. Not found gift collectible. Black? Whose gift is that? Who's I don't think there's neon black. Unless we haven't met them yet. I don't see it though. Unless there's no gift in this one? Oh, never mind. Seeing it. Okay, how the fuck do we go there? Hello? Okay, we need 2 at least. Alright. I gotta save it up. Can I reach it? Yep. There we go. Lucky cat? Oh, it's for the fucking guy, the cat guy. I guess. Oh wait, this is the last one. Alright. Cool. Alright, we got all of them. Let's give it to her.
The believers are so rude.
Okay.
It's a good thing you're here, White, or I'd go crazy.
You're already crazy. Give gift. Alright, we got a side quest. Reward dialogue. Okay, you spend some time with Violet.
Oh, White!
Side quest doesn't have dialogue? Jesus, Violet, you can't just shove your damn knife in people's face like that. Sawi, I get excited because they just finished polishing her. She looks so cute. Huh? Isn't exactly the word I would use. Deadly, maybe? Huh? What's the difference? I think cute, I'm thinking like small animals and crap. Right? Precious things that makes your whole body tingle with excitement and love.
Pins, plushies, sharp knives, and spilled guts.
Oh, nice. Okay. What? Don't they all elicit the same excitement in your heart? Definitely not. Guts and kittens make me feel two very different things. Maybe you're getting some wires crossed? The type of thing is why some people like feet. Whoa, whoa, okay.
Ew.
Ew, White. There's nothing like feet. I think I would know. One since offended. Oh, shit. Hold up. I consider myself an aficionado of all things adorable. Well, I had to break it to you, but most people do not think gore is cute. Tasteless swine, all of you. Hey, no need to get upset. There's nothing wrong with having a unique aesthetic preference. Do you even think I'm cute, White? What? What? I don't know. I mean, geez, Violet, yeah, I guess.
Oh my god!
Oh my god, why if you keep getting flustered like this, you'll never get a GF. Hee hee. What the hell is wrong with that girl? Oh shit, okay. I'm not sure I'm gonna continue her quest. Let's not. She's weird, dude. monkaW. I'm pretty sure it's probably interesting, but I'm good.
I'm here for my assignment?
Oh no, I didn't mean to. Is determined by the number of gold or ace medals you have earned in prior missions. More golds or aces means a better rank.
Why's her accent?
Let's see. My neon rank is this. Is that good enough?
Well, look at that. Your neon rank is sufficient to move on to a new assignment.
Okay.
You've earned yourself a Heavenly Delight ticket. How fun.
How fun. Heavily Delight ticket, a ticket to top performing neons. Oh, it is for like next level. You need to get a certain gold and
One moment
ace.
while I check on Mr. Mikey's schedule.
Noted.
Have a seat. Mr. Mikey will see you.
What is this accent? Is this Boston accent? It's like Miskiff.
In about 4 hours.
Coffee.
4 hours.
Coffee.
Why? No one else is here. There's got to be somebody I can speak with sooner.
I'll look into that for you. After my legally mandated break.
Mandated break.
When will that be?
About 4 hours.
All right. This is ridiculous. I'm going in.
About 4 hours.
Hey, I'm working here.
Hey, New York. New York. Hey, I'm walking here.
You ever heard of knocking, kid?
Look, I expect this much from the DMV, but I'm not waiting 4 hours for my stupid mission in heaven.
Okay, hold up. Oh, I cannot.
4 hours? Oh, Gabby. Always with the jokes. I'll get to your ugly mug once I finish up with the lady here.
It's fine. I don't mind if he stays.
Red?
Suit yourself, sweetheart. Go ahead, wise guy. Take a freaking seat. Now, listen up, because I'm only going to say this once. You got 10 days here. You day, New mission from old Mikey. The HCA will be rating your performance alongside the other competing neons. And whoever has the top score end of day 10 wins. Capiche? Capiche.
Capiche.
For your first assignment, you jokers will be cleaning out lower heaven.
Sounds easy enough.
Schmucks like you always say that and then don't even make it back to my office on day 2.
Because the demons got him, White.
Yeah, I kinda got that.
Anyway, that just about covers it. Any questions?
Yeah, actually. Why are you a cat?
Okay, you're just saying whatever to me now. Honestly, the disrespect.
I was actually wondering the same thing. Why are you a hilarious cartoon cat?
Exactly. Thanks, Red. Glad we're on the same page.
You neons are all the same. Always telling me what moronic imagery your pea-brains invented in an effort to comprehend us angels. Oh, you're a cat. You're a horse. You're a sexy Statue of Liberty. How about a, hey, Mikey, how's your day, Mikey? You must work so hard, Mikey.
Excuse me, I'm here for my appointment. Hey, White, isn't it freaking crazy that John Cena is here in heaven giving us missions?
Huh? Being chilling.
Everybody out. Don't come back till you finish your missions. And Gabby, can you please keep these neons under control?
John Cena? Where?
Red, before you go,
I can't see him. Haha.
Knew what the deal is with Green.
Stay away from him.
Okay. Mind elaborating on that?
He's dangerous. Need I say more?
I could use some convincing.
I suppose I could open up more in exchange for a favor.
Oh my god. Yeah. Hello? Yes?
Wait. Really? I mean, yeah. Whatever you want. I'm on it.
Keep your pants on, White. I need some time to decide what I even want first.
Ah, shit. Okay.
When will that be? Like, after this mission?
This?
Huh? What's all this commotion about?
It's Pina Colada Day at the pools.
So?
Heaven's Pina Coladas are to die for.
We'll see about that.
Oh, no, you won't. Filthy neons like you are simply not allowed here. I mean, really? A sinner partaking in heaven's delights? Heresy.
That's bull. If I gotta do you bastards' dirty work, the least you can do is serve me a drink.
Stay back, Neon, or I'll have you blown to bits.
What?
Are you psting at me?
You said you wanted a drink, right? I know a place. Follow me.
Why not? You've seen one talking cat, you've seen them all.
Drugs?
Ta-da! Welcome to the Neon Bar. You like it?
Whoa. It's not like the rest of heaven, that's for sure. I'm into it.
Thanks. I put it together myself.
So, who exactly are you?
You can call me Raz. I'm the bartender here.
Raz. Okay.
And you are?
White.
Well, White, good to meet you. Believers don't come around these parts anymore. So, it's the perfect place for Neon to take a load off and enjoy a drink in peace.
I like the sound of that.
So what do you have?
How about one of those pina coladas?
On it.
Pina coladas.
What the? This is literally just water.
Sorry. The believers are hogging all the real stuff.
How can you call this a bar if you don't serve any booze?
See, you're thinking too narrow. A bar can be one guy confiding in another guy about his really, really bad day.
What?
I'm just saying, befriending folks in heaven has its benefits. You'd be surprised by what you can gain from chatting people up. And maybe giving them some gifts.
The believers wouldn't accept my pina colada patronage. I doubt they'd let me into their crappy gift shop.
Well, no. But you can find gifts all over heaven. Once you've taken care of your missions, you can do a second sweep to hunt for presents.
Sounds like a pain.
But White, true friendship is always worth the effort.
What? What is this conversation?
Hey, if you give me a gift, might just put a squirt of lemon in your water.
Okay. Wait, I have a gift for him? Oh, that one was for him?
See you at the Neon Bar again soon, White.
Alright, let's just skip this one. Dialogue question mark? What is that? I wonder what else you can unlock from collecting gifts other than
What's
just
your
like
story?
conversation. Okay. Red.
Hmm?
Now this. Now this. Come on, you can cut through demons. You can cut through this awkward tension.
So,
I've been thinking about what you said when we first met. Wait, no, not this. You're gonna scare her off. Now I don't know if you're joking or not. Don't even say it, dude. But I have to ask. Don't you know if you were a thing in the past?
Here's the deal.
Okay, I'll tell you. If you can make me laugh. Oh,
seriously?
Shit. That's my... Oh! What's that? I got a call. Alright, I'm back. That ringtone is Watching you sweat figuring out how to talk to me is one of my few joys in this place. I won't let go of it for free. Oh my fucking god. I'm just surprised you're willing to let it go for something as cheap as jokes. I'll have your side splitting in an instant. Alright, big boy, you've got one shot. I'm waiting.
Okay.
Okay, hold up. How'd it go again? Oh yeah. Okay, you're gonna love this one. Did you hear about the pair of thieves who stole a calendar? They each got 6 months. Yeah. Hey. Ah, jeez. Resorting to humor from children's books of jokes is the lowest of low light. Doesn't matter. So got you laughing. You better hold up your end of the bargain.
Sorry.
Sorry, no can do. Ironic laughter is only worth half the price. What the fuck? That's not fair. I don't, but I hope you'll keep playing regardless. Okay, bish. Oh, namida. What's up, man? Oh shit, I still got more. Oh shit. Side quests, side quests. What does side quest do? Let's see. Is that like an actual level? Whoa! Fuck is this? Elevate traversal? Oh shit, okay. Solitary Grace. Master each Souls card discard ability to complete red side quests. Alright. Oh. First try? Alright, first try. Alright, let's see. So we want to go there. Alright. That's weird. Wait a minute! No, I don't think I can do that. Yeah, I don't have enough card for that. Also, hold up. The audio is a little bit too low. Let's do 5. Alright. There we go. Okay. Alright. And that's it. Liquid Insight. A concentrated dose of liquid insight. Use this to gain insight on a former acquaintance. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Nice. What is that? Ah, okay. Gotcha.
Hmm?
Did you have a mission to do? No, okay, one more. Oh. Shit, hold up. Okay. So you spent some time. Hey White, look at me for a second. Do I have a food stuck on my face again?
No.
No, nothing like that. I'm just I'm just taking a good look at your mask. Oh yeah, it's pretty badass, isn't it? You're content with it? I mean, I saw some neon with mask that was literally just a heap of gross tentacles, so I'd say I lucked out. Do you not like it or something? I don't say I dislike it, I just don't know if it's very becoming.
What?
Becoming? It's just that our masks are fairly representative of our characters. Think about it. Violet is cute and fast like Bunny, Yellow is playful goat, and you're a sly fox. Kitsune, but yes, you're getting the idea. Kitsune is just fox in Japan, in Japanese. The fuck? Is it different? The fuck? She weep?
But
when it comes to you, well, I just think something else would have suited you better. Well, I'm just a demon. This is an Oni mask, right? Like a wolf. No, wait, a werewolf. Oh shit. I was thinking more like a puppy. Oh my god.
Seriously?
Yeah, I bet. Makes perfect sense to me. Are you kidding me? It makes zero sense. I'm a killing machine, not some cute little creature wagging my tail for attention and helplessly following mommy around.
Alright.
Alright. This game.
I'm a werewolf.
Yeah. Woof. Well, I'm heading out. Wait, no, come back. You have to say it. Tell me I'm a werewolf. Oh god. Ah. 10 daily sermon, redeem heavenly delight ticket. I think that's where we want to... Wait. What can we do with the heavenly delight ticket again?
Welcome.
What's this all about?
Top-ranking Neons are granted special early access to the heavenly delights which await them should they win. Just bring me any heavenly delight tickets you earn to redeem them.
Sounds lame.
It's anything but. Just would you like to redeem a ticket?
Look at the price.
Here's what you can earn with heavenly delight tickets.
What is that?
Oh, the final heavenly delight is a sword?
You've got good taste, sir. It's a rare collectible.
This might not be so bad after all.
Okay.
Would you like to redeem a ticket?
Sure.
Here's my...
Splendid.
Congratulations!
There's no dialogue again. Okay, looks like you're entitled to one heavenly delight. Yeah, let's get this over with. Now then, the selected delight for today is...
Ice cream!
Seriously?
Don't sound so disappointed. It's very good ice cream. What flavors are there? Why don't you and the other top scorer find out for yourself? Wait. The other top scorer? I'm telling you, bro, the ice cream here rips. You good? What's wrong? You're not lactose intolerable, are you? If you mean lactose intolerant, then no. Actually, yes. At least, I don't think so. So what's the problem? Well... It's so good. Can you believe we can get as much of these as we can eat anytime we want? I'm going to toss this one out, try some new flavors. This atmosphere kind of sucks. Bruh, ice cream is ice cream. Who cares where you have it? It's actually very important where you have it. I'd say the ideal setting for ice cream is a nice hot day surrounded by friends. Not a bunch of high and mighty assholes. Dude, just ignore them.
I can't.
I literally can't. Okay, dude, for real. Just look into my eyes while you eat your ice cream and let everything else disappear. No, that's weird. We don't need to do that. What do we need to do then? Because, bro, no cap, I will do whatever it takes to help you enjoy this reward. Really? Really? Really, really? Did you even switch ice cream with me? What's wrong with your cookie dough? I just didn't realize it wasn't what I wanted until I saw you eating your chocolate chunk. Dude. Bro. Of course I will switch ice cream with you. That's what bros are for.
Thanks.
Thanks, man. Hey, what the hell? All this left of yours is melted crab in a cone. Give me mine back. Haha, sorry, no take backs. Okay. Oh, we got an achievement as well. Alright. Let's onward to the next one. Ooh, gameplay. I'll be right back. Gotta go eat. Okay, dude.
What?
Oh,
there
Jesus.
you are. Team up with me.
Oh my fucking god, not again.
Jinx, Vi. You owe me a coat.
Yellow, quit getting in my way!
Oh, what the fuck? It's all by itself.
Come on, White! Join me!
Fuck you.
I'm clearly the cutest choice here.
I don't know. I'm pretty freaking cute.
Guys, I'm flattered, but this is a competition. I'm not here to make friends. I'd like to avoid any drama.
This is not a weeps game.
Yo, I
This is a speed run. This is just the cutscene part.
That's why we should all team up.
How's the Rainbow Six, by the way?
No way! Three's a crowd? I'd rather eat my own pancreas.
Oh, come on, Vi. You sure?
Again, lone wolf here. I'm not teaming up with anyone.
You know, I met this other Neon earlier who was a total simp. Maybe I'll just go play with him instead.
Oh, okay.
See you round, White.
Well, looks like it's just you and me, bro.
Just don't lag behind.
No! Okay, we're just coming. Alright, take flight. Boop. Oh shit, they're here. Fuck you. Ace?
Another one
Gold?
down.
Really? Okay, I could get an ace, right? Okay, I know how to do this one. Wait, never mind. I don't know how to do this one. Shit! Okay, how can we go past them? Alright, fair enough. Fuck. That was it? There's gotta be another faster way. Oh, there's a GIF. How do you get a fucking ace in this one? Ah, fuck it. Oh, okay, I get it. Wait, no. Wait. 23 seconds. Okay. think I got it. Yeah. This is an ace.
Let's see anyone beat that.
I don't know why I got gold earlier. Remember to kill all weeps. monkaW. Hey, I fucking love this shit. Oh wait, I already fucked that up. Wait, so we did play the chapter 2. I remember this level. Yeah.
No scoped it.
No scope. Tip just asked, yes sir. Oh, I think I finished this one as well. This is part of the beta as well. I remember now. So I still kind of get the idea. Wait, I have to kill them all. Okay. Alright. Okay.
Not bad.
Aish.
Yeah.
Okay. What is the diamond? Hey Shiba. 15 seconds. No. Huh. I guess I just do this. No, it's slower. Okay. Okay, I get it. Why am I stuttering? What the fuck? Nah, it's still slow. Yo, what's up, Hayden? You have to switch first? No! Fuck! I cannot go back, can I? Hey, fita helvet. Ah, fuck it. I'll do that later. Oh, I picked it up. No! Okay.
Didn't even break a sweat.
Didn't even break a sweat. You have to go to the hub into the archive though? Yeah. I'll just do it later. Oh, are you shitting me? Why am I stuttering? The fuck? Ay, shibal! The range is very minimum.
That's how it's done.
That counts. That counts. That's how it's done. Cock day or good day? How about both? Oh shit. Ugh. Alright. It's gonna be interesting.
Let's keep it going.
Oh my god. What? Hey, spita. Oh, I gotta jump first. Okay, too soon. Fuck you. I can't. Too soon. Keep misclicking. Huh? I forgot to jump again. Wait a minute. Oh, okay, I cannot. Ah! I missed the floor. Are you kidding me? Ay, fita. Alright, as fast as I can do.
Another one down.
Wait, what's the ace? 1250. Okay. What can we improve on this one? Okay. Something's fucking up with my shit. Wait, why is it windowed? The fuck? I don't know why the game keeps stuttering. What is that? It's causing it to stutter. One sec. What the heck? What the heck? Okay. It only sometimes stutters though, not every time. Okay. Hey! What? Okay, I definitely can improve on that one, but I'm not sure how. Oh my god, I gotta call. It's like... Okay, my fucking snackies here. Give me a sec, I'll be right back. Okay. You also unlock a hint for the level. Usually there's a path you just didn't notice that is faster. Yeah, I didn't see it here. Hold on, let me take my snack real quick. Oh my god, it smells so good. Okay. One second. But the song in this game. Oh, I love banana. So good. Okay. Alright, let's go. Boom boom boom. Oh! I found it. Fitta helvete. Keep pressing it too early. Oh, okay, I get it. Wait, what? Oh, I'm not too sure how we're gonna do it. Because I still need to kill the last one. I guess I have to stay up there. Okay, what is the time again? 12 something, I guess? Yeah. Alright. Easy.
Let's see anyone beat that.
Let's see anyone beat that.
Beat this! Come on already. Quit it with the jokes.
I can't help it. When I see you getting all emo, I gotta bring the sunshine.
Yeah, you and your sunshine.
Hey, remember how we used to crack open some cold ones after a tough day?
No. Sorry, I don't. Sounds like it was chill, though.
It was, man. We had some good times.
This guy.
I'd give my left nut to go back and do it all over again.
Huh?
Even all the weird stuff at the end. I don't blame you for any of it, you know.
What the hell is that supposed to mean? What did I do?
Dude, chill. It totally doesn't matter anymore. The vibes are immaculate, and I just want to kick ass with my bro while we got the extra time. Cool?
The vibes are immaculate.
Yeah, cool.
Oh my god, dude. Remember when you messed up the toilet after you ate that chili? That was insane! Yo, hold up! I didn't even get to the best part!
Smack down! Oh, there's a new card. Fuck you.
Yeah.
I think I just got the fastest route. Just need to nail it. Okay.
Are you kidding me?
Are you up? Okay. 14! Come on. I got that. I think I don't need that. I fitta helvete. Oh, okay, I need that. I missed one! Fuck! Aish. Huh? Alright, too soon. Too high. There's gonna be a way. Okay, I think I don't need the vending machine. Okay, I did it wrong. My record is 12:59. Sheesh. Aish! Ai fitta helvete. Okay, fuck you. Oh lord.
It's because I'm the best.
Wait, that's an ace? Oh, it's 14. I'm gonna go for record stuff later, once I've finished it. I'm gonna do the speed run after I finish the game like I did with Ghost Runner. If not, I'm gonna get stuck in the first level for like months. Right now I'm just gonna explore the game first. Okay, there's nothing there. My record is 0. Haha, lol. Jigsaw bet.
Another one down.
1650. Oh, that's doable. I missed it! Oh, hello. Okay, I missed one. Oh, right. No, fuck you. Fuck you, dude. Yes,
Let's
sir.
see anyone beat that.
Jesus, fast. That's what she said. Ooh, it got him. Let me finish my banana real quick. Too far, too far. Whoa, I never played this. This is new. It's not in the beta. Interesting. Okay, this is completely new. Okay. I should have landed there. I fucked up. Oh.
Didn't even break a sweat.
That means okay. Fuck, too soon. Hey, precision. It's a gift for Red.
It's because I'm the best.
Because I'm the best. Music's really nice. Okay, let's see. Oh, I need to use it. Okay. Alright. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a goal, 27-28. To get 21. Okay, there's gotta be a shortcut then. Hello. Shit. Oh yeah, that's a big cut. Oh, I forgot to kill him. I guess I can kill them from here.
Let's see anyone beat that.
Yes, sir. Oh shit, final one. Dancer. Oh. Okay, too soon. Oh. I should have jumped.
Another one down.
Take it. 22. Oh, okay, that's doable. Alright. Hey, Shibal. Okay. Aish. So, okay. There's a shortcut here, but you also need to kill these guys, so... Oh. Okay, I see. Huh? Oh! What the fuck? You can bring the glass below them. I didn't know that. The fuck? Easy.
It's It's 'cause
Holy
I'm the
shit.
best.
Okay, glass break is like chain break to the next one.
Scope the new techniques. Ha!
What is this?
I gotta admit, that was pretty cool.
I came up with it while watching you fight. You're like my moose, brother.
Moose?
What? Don't you mean Muse?
Oh yeah.
Jeez. Wait, I'm not starting to like this guy, am I? What if this is part of his plan? Waiting for me to let my guard down so he can stab the competition.
Oh,
shit. Yellow, here's your chance. Come prove your devotion to your bro.
Help!
What?
Whoa!
He actually did it.
Yo! I didn't think I'd actually get to save your life this fast. You really gotta be more careful, bro. Here, take my hand.
You didn't save Jack, dumbass. It was an act.
An act?
Yeah? To see how easily I could have sliced you in two while you were preoccupied with saving me. You shouldn't be so damn trusting.
You freaking crack me up, dude.
Freak.
What?
If there's one thing I've learned about you, bro, it's that you act hard, but you really got a heart of gold. We wouldn't be best bros if I didn't trust you to have my back. And next time, I'll save you for real.
That's what do you call it?
Not bad for a dead guy, huh?
Yellow probably gonna die for us later in the game. What do you call that in the story type of thing? Like they're giving a hint that he's gonna die for him.
Welcome back,
I forgot.
Neons. You survived your first mission. But surviving is not the same as winning. Please direct your attention to Green's mechanical halo, a mechanism that grants Neons the ability to stay in heaven. As it stands, not a single Neon has come close to overtaking Green's score. He's defended his position at the top for many years now, and I don't imagine he intends to give it up now. Not when he's made such a comfortable home for himself here in paradise. Isn't that right, Green?
Ah, yes, the silent type.
Wait, are you saying that even if we win, we don't get to stay in heaven forever?
Oh, goodness, no. God's mercy has its limits. And an expiration date.
Seriously? That's such a ripoff!
If you'd prefer the flames of hell for eternity to a year of heavenly delights, be my guest. As for the rest of you, do better.
Why is he like a fucking puppet? He just follow whatever they say. It's so dumb.
He's staring at me again.
Cheer up, White. I'll win that Halo for us. And then I'll give you a turn with it next year.
Gee, thanks, Yellow.
Only shallow. How many episodes does this game have? I wonder. Okay. Central Authority. Talk to Gabby.
You're back.
You're back.
Don't act so happy to see me.
Let's see here. Your next mission requires this neon rank.
10, I would guess?
Well,
Probably.
look at that. Your neon rank is sufficient to move on to a new... You've earned yourself a Heavenly Delight ticket. How fun. One moment while I check on
fun.
Mr. Mikey's schedule.
I'm just gonna submit the ticket once I get like all 10.
Go ahead and take a seat, sir.
If it's all the same to you, I'm just gonna walk in again.
He will hate it very much, sir.
I get the impression you don't actually care.
Not particularly.
Cool. Thanks, Gabby.
What's up?
Bet you thought you'd seen the last of me.
Damn it, kid. Can't you see I'm in the middle of a smoke break?
Yeah, so what? I've squared off with literal hellspawn. You think I'm scared of your little prop cigar?
These ain't your mother's Marlboro, skinny. If I gave you one of these, you'd die.
They censored the text, but they didn't censor the voice.
Try me, furball. I'm already dead.
You want a mission or a cigar, wise guy?
Oh, mission. Please.
All right, let's check your standings. Huh. For such an obnoxious little turd, your rank is surprisingly high.
What's the point if I'm still lagging behind green?
No need to beat yourself up, kid. Your file says you're a first-time participant. You got chutzpah. I bet by your 6th or 7th attempt, you'll have worked your way up there.
The fuck is a chutzpah?
No, I can't accept that. If I don't settle this now, then...
Then... what?
I don't know. Can't you just assign me something more challenging? Something that'll boost my score?
Well, if you insist,
Oh,
there's
shit.
an infestation of particularly powerful demons in lower heaven. We call them guardians on account of it. Sounds cool. You don't want to mess with these jerks. If they spot you, they'll blast you with lasers. You gotta kill them quick or take cover.
Doesn't sound too difficult.
Don't get cocky, kid. We've lost a lot of neons to guardians.
Don't worry, Mikey. You can guarantee I'll be back in your office first thing tomorrow to annoy you.
But who says I'm worried?
Alright. Up to the next one. Angel?
I don't want to go to work. I just want to fly.
Saint's favorite character. Is he here? Oh my god, I did not expect that voice acting. What the fuck was that?
What? I'm so glad I ran into you. Those guardians are so tough. Mikey must have thought I was a real tryhard or something. I don't know why else he would have assigned me here.
Yeah.
Halloween game.
What the heck, Mikey? I thought I was special.
Where's Bozo?
Oh, you mean Yellow? Dunno, actually. Haven't seen him around today.
Really? Yay! Finally! I get White all to myself.
What is it with you two, anyway? Ex-lovers.
Ew, no! White! How could you even say something so gross to me? Ugh!
Sorry. The tension is palpable is all.
You really don't remember anything, huh?
Here we go.
Back when we were alive, Yellow did some messed up stuff. He got tangled up with some shady characters, and long story short, he gambled with our lives for some extra dough. It was you who stepped in and stopped him, White. If you hadn't, I don't even want to think about what would have happened.
Are we talking about the same Yellow? Because the one I'm thinking about can't even tie his own shoes.
That silly little himbo persona? It's a front.
I don't believe her.
But the guy saved me.
Look, I don't know his true intentions, but it'd be naive to assume a Machiavellian guy like that wouldn't try taking advantage of the gaps in your memory. Just be careful, okay?
Yeah, I'm more afraid of her rather than Yellow.
Not to go back and do it all over again. Even all the weird stuff at the end. I don't blame you for any of it, you know.
Yeah, I don't believe her at all. That's cheap. Hey, I played this. I remember I played this. Oh, okay, I remember. Let's see if I can get ace on the first try. Screw. I don't think so. Never mind. Yeah, I don't think we gotta get it. Hey! Hey! Yeah, that's not. What? That's actually an ace?
Yeah, my first try, too.
Okay, first try. I mean, I definitely meant to do that. What the fuck? Okay. I thought it was not this fast. Hey, first I'd jump.
I'll take
That
it.
was silver? 27. Oh, it's a shortcut. Okay. Okay, how the fuck do we shortcut this shit? Okay. Ah, that's a gift. I guess I just need to kill them and we're good. Oh, okay. I get it.
Hey, Red. Did you see that?
I even take the path on first try. Yeah. I play some of the level in this stage, I guess. I don't remember all of them, but the first one is very. Yeah, that was very clearly. I've played it. Okay. That was not ace.
Didn't even break a sweat.
Didn't even break a sweat. Nah, I cannot do that. Unless... Nah, I don't think so. Huh? Oh, like this? Oh, okay. Alright. E c'è fitta! Okay. The shadow is definitely further than your actual body position. At least that's how it feels like. Are you shitting me? Okay,
I'm the best.
What the fuck? It's because I'm the best. Ba-dum-ba-dum. Hey, pizza. Huh? Okay. Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't remember doing this. There's
Another one
down. 2050. All right. How can we do this faster? Okay. Ah! Are you kidding me? I got stuck on a fucking ladder. I mean stairs. Save the attitude.
That's how it's done.
That's how it's done. Okay. Sorry. Oh, okay, you want to dash there. Oh, this one's getting complicated. Oh. Ay, shibal. Okay, I got a quick swap there. Not quite what I was planning. I didn't click there.
Yeah.
That is not an ace. Okay. Wait a minute. I don't have to kill anyone there. That means... Oh, I'm literally there. That was not 0.6. Oh wait, I can skip the last part, I think. Fita kept doing the wrong thing. There we go. Oh my god. Okay, I got it now. I could have done better. I think I can get 13, but we're not speedrunning right now. We're getting the ace.
Damn, I'm really working up a sweat.
Me too. You're so lucky you don't have big boobs, White. They get it the worst.
You think I don't have things that sweat?
Things?
Oh my god.
Never mind. Just wanted to say, good work taking out those demons. Hard to believe just yesterday you couldn't even work a gun.
Oh, thanks, White. I owe it all to you.
Well...
And Neon Orange.
Neon Orange?
Who?
The guy I ran with last mission. He taught me lots of cool stuff. Even a couple... secrets of heaven.
Secrets of heaven, you say?
Yep. Too bad he's dead now. Mauled by a demon on day one. Like some kind of noob.
What the fuck?
Damn, that sucks. Tell me more about these secrets, though.
Oh, I can't stop thinking about it, White. Hot flesh ripped from bone. Blood painting the landscape a magnificent crimson.
Violet?
Violet? Oh, Jesus.
What the... Red?
So sorry. I just couldn't help myself. You look like such easy prey down there.
Oh my god.
What are you, stalking me now? Didn't realize I was so irresistible to you.
Wait, is that Violet?
Huh? No way. You must be mistaken. I'm, Violet.
Okay, dude.
You can't fool me. I'd recognize those cute little cheeks anywhere.
Oh no.
Hey, watch where you're touching.
You're so soft, just like a bunny.
Get off me, Banshee woman. White, help me.
Hey, Red. You wanna neg me some more?
Okay, White, how's this? If your recklessness gets Violet killed, I'll shoot you for real.
Not really a neg, but okay. Fair.
Oh my god, Red, stop! What are you, my mom?
I always thought myself the cool older sister type. You know, the kind that helps you open your first IRA.
What the heck are you going on about? I'm not a child, you know. I can open up my own damn IPA.
Wait, is the audio clipping for you guys? Or is it just me?
Whoops. Almost got hit that time.
Stay still, damn it!
I'm gonna head out.
Aight. Okay, it's getting stuttery from me. Okay, so it's local. It's just me. Sometimes it's stuttering. Okay. Oh, I always jump there? Oh, okay. Ace?
Another one down.
Fair enough. Stutters I see too. Okay, so the stutters for me also sound. It's not just the visual. It's also the sounds like clipping. I don't know what's causing it. Oh my god, so bad.
Because I'm the best.
Like, is it because of my CPU clipping or some shit? The fuck? Probably OBS, yeah. It's so annoying. Or some shit. OBS being a dumbass. White. Whoa! That could have gone better. I need this. Okay, I could do that. I could do that better. For sure. Whoa! Alright, it's definitely slow. Looks like I gotta do some shooting for this one. Ah, shit. Actually, yeah, this no! No! Fuck! Alright, man. Alright. Fair. God damn it. Sure. No, wait. Oh, okay.
Let's see anyone beat that.
Let's see anyone beat that. Thankfully enough, it only happens once in a while. It's not like the whole time it acts like that. I should have jumped. Hey, ay, ay, ay. Oh. Oh my god, okay. Too early. Okay. Okay, I gotta do that really fast. Nah. Do I have to land on the platform first? That kind of sucks. Just shoot? You think so? That's the faster way to do it? I shoot by it. Hello. Huh? Huh? What? Okay. Alright, alright. I fucked up. Ay, Shibal. It's so hard to time it up. Ha. Okay, I got too far in the corner. No, I reflex. Fuck. Are you kidding me? Ah, fuck. Too early. Could have been better. Huh? Ah, I gotta shoot it? It doesn't wait. I think I missed it. Eish, fita. Okay.
No scoped it.
Satisfied. No scoped it. Yeah, didn't reach it. Oh, this one's precision. Okay, I could do better than that. Alright. What? Oh, this one's fun. I did hit it. Okay. I thought I could do it. Maybe not. Doesn't work like that. Hello. Oh, wait, what? I fucked up there. I could have done it better. It's still an ace.
Making some hard ones.
Yeah, shortcut stuff. I'm good as long as I get ace. Once I beat the game, then we'll go for speedrun. 69, by the way. 69. Super kinetic. Too early. Oh. But fuck. I could have done better, but I think I still got a ace. What? Okay. Okay, hold up. I gotta change the sensitivity a little bit. Keep over aiming it. Eh? Oh. I don't think I can do that. Oh! Wait, what? What did I do? What did I do? Did I just deflect him? Hold up. Eish, fita. Oh, okay. I didn't know you can deflect the fuck. Okay. Bro, when did you not die? Okay. Hey, ball! I kept missing it. Too early. Shit, I'm doing a speedrun mode. I gotta just focus on getting ace. It's kind of fun. Yeah. The last part is always. Fucking hell. Fuck it. Ace? Okay, goal.
Didn't even break a
Fuck
sweat.
you, dude. Always messed up one thing. What's so stupid after I realized what? Oh wait, hold up. What is this? Oh, okay. Fair enough. Glass floor under him? Oh yeah, I forget about that. Oh, I see. Alright, I see what's going on here. Why did I wait? Whatever. That's enough for ace.
That's how it's done.
That's how it's done.
Ow! I'm so glad we're finally done.
Ow.
Ooh, do you think heaven has any hot springs we could soak in?
If they do, I doubt they'd let us filthy neons partake.
Yeah. Plus, you'd probably spend all your time trying to sneak a peek at me anyway.
Jesus, do I really look that sleazy to you?
Yes, but the good kind. The kind that will catch a girl's spit with his mouth.
Oh my god. This girl.
That's enough out of you. I won't lie though. A soak doesn't sound half bad. Wonder how Green's holding up. Does a guy that jacked even get tired?
Ooh, he's more monster than man, that's for sure. Orange told me tons of scary stuff about Green, like how he once ripped a neon in half because there weren't any demons around for him to kill. He really likes killing. It turns him on.
It turns her on.
If this was one of Orange's secrets of heaven, I was better off not.
Oh, I thought it was kind of fun.
Fun is not the kind of thing that's gonna help me win.
Well, Orange did tell me about this place in heaven called the Old City. It's where Green's mechanical halo was forged. He figured a place like that probably has some powerful heavenly artifacts lying around that make slaying a lot easier.
That actually sounds pretty promising.
It does.
Well, if you want to go, you better hurry. I wouldn't be surprised if there were other neons planning an expedition there as we speak.
Thanks, Violet. Means a lot that you'd share a dead guy's secrets with me.
I want you to promise me something, though.
Oh, serious mode?
Yeah, I promise I won't forget you when I'm number one.
I'm serious, White. Swear on your life.
Okay, I swear. What is it?
If you see Yellow there, you have to kill him.
Okay, what?
Don't give him the chance to kill you first.
Not bad for a dead guy, huh?
Okay. Very sussy. It is kinda sussy. So it's yellow or violet is a bad guy
Looks like
here.
the believers are late to their own damn sermon. I'd feel weird sitting with them after yesterday.
Flashback.
Come here often.
Oh shit, hello.
Wow.
Just one of my little jokes. Sinners have a great sense of humor. It's the trauma.
You must have had quite an idyllic childhood.
Anyway, you know your way around heaven, right? Heard anything about a place called the Old City?
Not much to say about it. It was ransacked by demons long ago. You're not thinking of going there, are you?
I'm considering it. A reliable source told me it'd be a good place to find some powerful weapons.
Did your reliable source also mention that's where Green hangs around? You know he kills neons, right?
Relax, it's no biggie. I sneak into the city, avoid his gaze, and make out with some fat loot completely unscathed.
More like he spots you instantly, then fillets you like a fish.
Except, I'm too fast. I catch his sword in my hands, kick his legs out from under him, he falls, I unsheath my katana,
RP!
Are you doing a D&D thing right now?
Yes!
Are you doing a freaking D&D thing to me?
Yeah, what the fuck?
What? No,
yeah. Yeah.
I'm not gonna argue with you on this, White. If you fight Green, you will absolutely lose.
Okay.
No apologies, Neons. We were held up at a foie gras tasting. Just one of heaven's many pleasures you could acquire if you maximize productivity and eliminate more demons.
You might be doing it later, but I don't think it's as clear as it seems. Yeah, obviously. It's the whole story on purpose kind of makes everything so shady. So you never really know what's really going on.
Why is she so upset? She's been so cagey this whole time. She can't seriously expect me to heed her warnings now. I'm going, whether she likes it or not.
Alright. Drink real quick. I'm starting to think if farming for a side quest is worth it or not, but I'm not sure.
You're back.
Don't act so happy to see me.
Let's see here. Your next mission requires this neon. Well, look at that. Your neon. You've earned yourself a heavenly. One moment while I check it. Mr. Mikey will see you now.
Wait, really? That was fast.
It's your lucky day, sir.
It's your lucky day, sir.
What is up?
Shoot, it's Yellow. I haven't talked to him after all that stuff with Violet. I'm all right. Didn't see you around yesterday.
Yeah, I felt bad hogging you from Violet, so I gave you two some space. It's all good though. We'll just go 8 next time we hang. Oh, that reminds me. Someone told me about this place where you can find God's old AK-47s or something. The old city, I think it was.
Oh no, he knows.
My sources told me to keep it secret. But joke's on them. I don't keep secrets from my bros. Come with me, right, man? I can't be the only one with the sweet piece.
Huh. I don't get it. Is this guy out to kill me, or is he honestly just my bro?
Come on, don't leave a homie hanging.
This is too confusing.
Yeah, just do it.
All right, I'll go with you.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, bro.
Hell yeah, bro.
Outside if you want to talk to me before we head off.
Swear to God, if I die today, I am gonna be so mad. Mikey, your favorite neon has returned.
Yeah, what do you want, a medal?
I think if you check my rank, you'll find I've gotten a fair amount of those already.
Could be worse. Could also be better. How about another round in lower heaven?
Whoa!
Cheer 100 cock high and buy bedge.
100 cock. Okay. Thank you, Nell, for the 100. And good night, man. Yeah, I know you're going to sleep probably. It's getting late. Thank you. Appreciate it for stopping by for a bit. Love you. Have a good night.
I was actually thinking something more along the lines of the old city.
The old city? Who told you about that place?
Not important. All you need to worry about is giving me directions.
You have no idea what kind of place this is, Shrimp. I don't assign neons to the old city. It's Green's territory now anyway.
Mikey. Intelligent, handsome, loyal Mikey. Surely you can find it in your heart to take a chance on a poor little neon with big, big dreams. I'm begging you here.
All right already. You don't have to lay it on so thick, kid. Seriously, it's undignified. I'll assign you to the dang old city.
Yes! Thanks, Mikey. You're the man. Cat? Angel?
One of those.
Yeah. Just try not to die. I'm just starting to like you.
That's very touching, Mikey.
Get out of here before I change my mind.
Whatever you say, boss.
Alrighty, we are going to the night city. We got an okay, we'll never talk to you. Why not? Just once. Maybe we'll try the side quest. Why not? Maybe it's another interesting one. Bro, this place is the best part of heaven, hands down. Sure, they don't serve you any real stuff, but this vibe that keeps you coming back. The vibe, eh? Yeah, it's like we're a party of heroes in one of those dope taverns that you see all the time in RPGs. I don't mean to be that guy, but the aesthetic of tavern are vastly different from this dingy dive bar. Also, we're no party. We're just two people in competition with another. Yeah, but it's still fun to think about an alternate universe where we've partied up to kill dragons and gnomes instead of demons.
What are you talking?
What? Well, fuck, I skipped it. I'd be like a freaking axe-wielding barbarian. Val would be like a weird little goblin rogue, and you'd be our healer. Excuse me, a healer? Have you seen my sword? Yeah, but every party needs a healer. That makes Violet the freaking healer. No way, she'd be terrible at it. I'm a goddamn paladin, not a stupid healer. Man, I don't know why healer gets such a bad rap when they have the most important responsibility of all. Keeping the bros alive. Like, if anything, they're real heroes. Heroes that get no glory. Maybe healers should go on strike. Yeah, maybe they should. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. You're in your little alternate universe, leading the healer strike. Wait, no. If you're doing that, then no one's healing us. Sounds like a personal problem to me. Combat mercy.
Ice cold.
Ice cold. Alright, Let's do his side quests. See what is up. Let's see what is up, brothers. Brothers. Oh shit. Up top. Sorry. Sunset Flip Power Bomb. That sounds like a fucking drink. Like fucking alcohol. Don't think, Phil, bro. Discardability or ban in yellow side quests. Ooh. Alright. Huh! I forgot about that. That feels weird. Huh? What? Where am I? Shit! Okay. Oh, I see it. Whoa. What the fuck? Concentrated dose of liquid inside. Alright. Let's check it out. Alright. Oh, wait, there's only 3 in this one? Okay.
Huh. I expected to see more neons here. We're pretty alone.
Oh, this place is mad scary, dude. Like that one movie. It was about these old guys and they were like vacuuming a hotel or something.
What the fuck?
It disturbs me that I know exactly what he's talking about. Amnesia and horrible synopsis aside.
That little green guy gave me nightmares, man. You don't think we'll see him here, do you?
It's far more likely we'll run into the huge green guy.
Bro, I don't think I can handle it if that green guy gets any bigger.
I was talking about neon green.
Oh yeah, I knew that.
Okay.
Sorry for breaking your promise, Violet. I just don't sense anything off about yellow. I guess I can't rule anything out just yet, including the possibility that Violet is wrong.
True. Anything is a possibility at this point. Alright, let's see what's going on in this place. Oop. Oh, I should have used it there. Yeah. I should have used it there. It's probably my favorite chapter. The last mission is awesome. I haven't played that much further though. Ooh. Guess we'll find out. Fuck you, dude. Hey! Come on. Oh, I fucked up. I don't think that makes it any faster. Yeah. Yep, I think this is it. think we're good. No! Come on. Oh! Okay, I see. So what's going on? It's time to shooty McDuty. Shooty McDuty. Okay, I don't think we need the green anyway. Let's just skip it. I fucked up. Nah, we're good.
Let's see anyone beat that.
All right. What's next?
Now, if I were a powerful ancient weapon, where would I be?
Gotta be getting close. And once we find him, there's no way we won't win this thing.
Yellow, you do realize how competitions work, right? There can only be one man standing at the end. You?
Nah, they'll definitely let us go halfsies.
That's a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah, well, this whole place is nonsense. Like, God's made freaking dinosaurs before. Why can't he take care of these demons?
You make a good point, but I don't know.
True?
God has historically always been kind of a jerk.
Trust me, he's gonna come out at the end of all this like, it wasn't about winning, it was about the power of friendship the whole time.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get my hopes up.
The power of friendship, Nakama.
Let's do it, bro.
Let's do it, bro. This one's got a lot of parkour action going on. Oh, okay. I see what's going on. Oh shit! I fucked up.
Let's do it, bro.
I didn't mean to do that.
Let's do it, bro.
I wish this katana is visible. That would be a lot cooler. It's like some kind of a CSGO kind of animation. Ace?
Another one down.
Stutters is coming back again. What is causing the stutters? GPU none. What the fuck? Oh, okay, come on, really? Okay. Come on. Alright, fine. Ooh, stutters.
'cause I'm the best.
It's 'cause I'm the best. Alright, final stage.
Dude, look! It's Big Bear!
I think you mean Big Ben, buddy. Though I gotta say, if I was God, I'd definitely stash my crap in a clock tower like this.
God's AK.
And it's completely empty.
Not completely empty, bro. Check out this cool graffiti.
That's not graffiti. Huh. Here
that?
rests the Book of Death. If thy choice is perdition, then taketh this book, and with it the Book of Life unto the dawn of the final day, upon which the inkhorn of God shall be revealed to thee.
Inkhorn of God.
Can you translate for me? I don't speak medieval times.
That's not. Ugh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't say anything. I'm thinking this whole expedition was a waste of time.
Come on, bro. Don't say that. So what if we don't find anything? I'm having a blast. It's dope that we get another chance to do the kinds of crazy stuff we did in life. Best of all, we don't even have to worry about the cops here.
Yellow, I've been meaning to ask. What exactly did we used to do for a living?
White, have you really forgotten? I'm a bit hurt.
monkaW.
Green, I ought to punish you for such an offense. It just wouldn't do to let such carelessness slide. Not after you've kept me waiting for so long.
Bro, watch out!
No!
Yellow!
Bro!
My, what a mess. I guess I got a little carried away.
His voice.
Yellow? Yellow! Talk to me. Say something!
Don't bother. The boy is dead.
You bastard! What have you done?
No, White, don't be so upset. The fool chose to leap in front of my blade. What was he expecting?
He was protecting me!
He was in the way, and I won't have anyone getting in the way of my plans for you.
You sick freak! I won't let you get away with this!
Oh, shit.
Yes! Come at me! You don't know how long I've hungered to cross swords with you, boy.
We have a similar mess. Are we like brother? It feels like it. Ammo. Ammo cards fill the ammo to actively held card or consume it when you pick them up. Oh. Oh, okay. I got it. Oh, it's still like a race. I thought it's like a legit boss fight. Huh? Oh, it's a hell.
Time is ticking, White. This is it. Come out,
Okay, I have no idea what the fuck is going on with my stutters.
Ticking, White.
I should probably do that. Fuck. Oh my god, dude, the stutters!